Treasury yields extend slide 2-year to the lowest since January 21st. The euro and British pound hit session highs as the US dollar declines. US Treasury yields extend fall in the wake of weaker than expected data. 10-year yield last down 2.8 basis points at 4.609%.
Morning, guys. How's everyone doing? Yeah, same. Looking pretty stuck right now. Hmm. Yeah, I see that. Down at 970. Should be able to trade up to 20 if we can hold these highs here. Just like to see if we can hold the break or if it's just going to rotate our low again. POC is attempting to shift here on NQ from our 20 down to this 000. Watch it to see if we can flag it out for a rotation at least back up to the PLC shift. We can hold here. What does it mean, trap sellers at the low? I mean, literally that. There are people who initiated sells looking for more downside, and there were enough buyers to absorb them. And so those sellers are now in a position that is negative P&L wise, right? So they have two options. They can either hold through in the red on their position, or they can close out their position. And what happens when you close out a position that's short? You have to buy it back, right? So you have two potential outcomes. One, they just are continuing to be red on that position, hoping for more downside, and they can add to it, do whatever. Secondary is the one that we care about, which is once price goes up to a certain amount, we're going to have forced closures where they have to stop out of that position, which is going to cause buying to happen, and it's going to just result in a secondary catalyst for reversals to have a bit more acceleration. because you have forced selling from sellers, plus you have real buyers participating, right? So now you have two elements at play that can give price a push. So when we can find sellers who are offsides or buyers who are
Want to
offsides,
see OPEC cut the price of oil?
it's a good first sign that we might have a bit of speed and the ability to go in the opposite direction, because we've, one, found buyers willing to absorb sellers, two, found a seller who's offsides,
And Trump
right?
says an oil price cut will stop the tragedy in Ukraine.
The thing that's circled, that he just circled, is a seller. It's a block of selling deltas at the lows. And notice the action that happened from that area. It's a very strong wick in the opposite direction, right? So we went down there, we trapped, and then we went immediately up. Keeping an eye on this 90, so we push down into it. Start PVZ low, seeing if we can find buyers there. Russell still just in an uptrend. Yeah, you're probably expecting price to come down into this 185, 190. Um, you're just kind of stuck here for right now. Need to see a very clear look over that 10 to 20 for me to really care about this action. But buyer is positioned at this 85.90 right now. We'll see if they can hold or not. Hmm. Need to show interest over 95, 95 to 2000. This candle's a bit top heavy, so expect sell side to be sitting here. I got a nice little bid off of our 85. Now we just need to see if we get more than 10 points, or if this is just going to continue down. If we can't get over, expect just a rotation back down to 70s. Just keeping an eye on this. Again, this should be first risk off, 10 points. We need to get over this 95 to 2K, right? This is just where we're hitting our heads at the POC shift here. Very clear to see this node above us that we're hitting our heads on. Very clear to see why we're looking at this area as a potential support. It's our halfway back and our value low, right, on NQ. So we're just stuck in between these two. Very tight range. Need to see either a look above and hold or a look below and hold for a real movement. I'm out 2 into 205. Sorry, 005. Watching to see how we interact here into our sellers before. I'd love to see a bid be able to step in, but we gotta show interest over POC of previous candle, which is just sitting here at this pivot that we have marked. We can see bids happen over POC of this previous sell side candle and start to flag it out up here. Should be able to retest VWAP up at 16.
$1.2485.
Did you guys have a good afternoon yesterday? What ended up happening? Looks pretty choppy. Yeah, I get that. This market's in a really gross, slow grind. South Park. Let me scroll back down to 150. Oh yeah, 150 is crazy. Yeah. It's crazy that he told them. Yeah, it's this guy is like correcting all of the issues in, I don't want to say correcting, but going in a very different direction than uh what's it called? Jobless. Like everything that they did in Jobless, it's like let's do the exact opposite. It's not a book series, come on. The Korean manga. Yeah, same. It's interesting if you read it from that perspective because characters are just so different. Not your cup of tea. Well, you don't know yet. You haven't tried it.
Trump freezes the energy department's spending and loans.
New chapter came out last night, so not a bad place to be. It's basically the best way I can describe it, Camille, is think like the same quality as like a Marvel comic, right? Like so like full color illustrations, and like a decent story, but for like fantasy. They're just released online, chapter for chapter. So you just like, I don't know, they're like 5 minute reads, maybe not even. You let chapters accumulate and then you get like a full graphic novel. It depends on the comic. I'm gonna keep calling it a comic just for simplicity for you, but like some of the art is insane, like the quality. We're at target here. I don't know if we go too much higher. I'd like us to develop over this 15 to 20 on NQ. I'm thinking about risking off my last contract here. It's not a ton of potential short term for more upside with us being at VWAP resistance. If we can start to develop over this, then we can do a full rotation of our range. But short term, I'm expecting this area to be kind of choppy. Just is what it is. I'd love to see 005 develop as supportive if possible. I'm thinking we might need to come down to POC here at this 005 first before we can make this supportive above. The two areas of interest, right? We've got our POC shift, which is our overall target, up at 2025. But we understand that this is where we've been seeing a decent amount of absorption occur from sellers, right? They've been able to absorb every attempt so far to try to push us over this 15. So again, it's just a good area to risk off, and we'll look to see if we can build out a bit of a flagging pattern here for one more leg up into our POC shift up at 23. If you're comfortable, holding 10 points of risk for downside, then it's fine to hold a runner. If not, then you might as well just exit and then re-enter once we've been able to show a willingness to trade above. You've got about 10 points of risk in either direction where we are currently. Yeah, Varg, but let me know when you catch up. I'm curious to see what your thoughts are on this new arc. I'm trying to figure out what I'm going to read this weekend. I started like 3 and don't have a ton of interest in them. I started. What did I start? Mm, sorry, one sec. Bringing it up with my phone. I tried this one because it's been getting a lot of praise. And then I tried this one. We'll see. I don't know. The writing's a little mid. Yeah, that's the one I'm a bit deeper in. I think I'm like 20 chapters or so. Or 16 chapters. So I'm gonna give that one a try, I think. I don't know. I should probably go back to Omniscient Viewpoint. Give that another try. I only got like 50 chapters in or so. Here's our pushback down to POC that we were talking about. I'm just going to keep an eye on this to see if we find a bid. We want to see us develop in between this VWAP at 15s and this POC at 05s. We can flag it out here and then push over. We have potential for a larger range rotation. So things are still looking fine for longs, especially with Russell continuing to push. ES is at our edge, though. Something to keep an eye on. Yeah, I'll probably try to read through that this weekend. Just power through. I've not even heard of that one. I'll add that to the list. This is pushing into target here, guys. This is our 2025 area on NQ. This is our POC shift, right? So this has to be your target. We can start to build above, awesome. Then we rotate up to our 38 edge. But always a great target once we see a POC shift occur and we start to build above it. Right, we'll look for that rotation back up into this level. That's your POC shift. You need a reminder of what I mean by POC shift. If you go into trade reviews, there is a nice little chart you can look at called VPOC migration. I'll post it here as well. It's just your POC shifting. You can turn on POC shifts as well for yourself if you just turn on your developing POC for the daily profile, like this. From our understanding of where we were looking for a bounce, is there anything that we can see on our footprint chart that lets us know that that 005 level is important, other than me saying it is? So if I post this, what can we see on our footprint chart at that level? What occurred? What happened as we pushed down into this area? There are two things that I see immediately. Kel's got one of them. Yeah, and Surf got the other. Okay. So we were looking for price to come back down to retest our POC of previous candle, which is here. Right, that's represented by this yellow line. And then we also saw what happened. Sellers get stuffed, right? So sellers tried to push us below as we pushed down into this again, and were absorbed, and then we were able to then continue onward. So this is a good level to kind of check in and see if we can develop out in between. We know that the last attempt here, buyers were able to, were absorbed, right? So as we pushed into this, this is an area of interest where it's like, oh, okay, well, our seller has moved down. We care about this 20 because this is where our seller was, and we know absorption's above. So we want to be risking off as we attempt to come into this area, and we're looking for a pullback into POC of previous candle to make sure our buyer is still present, right? So we're looking for sellers to get stuffed, and then we're looking for a rotation up, and then coming into this area where we know that we're going to meet resistance to come back down. But I just want to highlight that, just like before, right, we can just look for these pullbacks into important areas like this, and then we can see them establish themselves on footprint. So we already have found this level just based off of POC of previous candle. We then can look to see if what we want to happen is happening, right? We're seeing these guys get stuffed into our level of interest, and then we're rotating up from there, right? Giving you a trade logic to play around. All right. What's up, Julian? Excuse me. I'm dying.
Danish foreign minister says talks with Rubio did not include Arctic security, but Greenland will become a subject at a later time.
So I really don't have any interest between 30 and 36. This is just where we expect sellers to be. As we rotate up into this, you should be looking to take profits off until we can make that supportive. That happens to also be our value edge on NQ. So you can expect some relief into this area, but this should be a risk off until we see the ability to build above. Right? It's also just our day open, our previous low. So that's definitely your final target as we rotate up, but expect some absorption to occur here again unless we're going to break out of this range. Again, we'll be watching to see if we can recover our day open and start to build above our value edge and then push. But I do see a definite, the probability of us rejecting there is pretty high. Again, I'll just bring up our footprint again. We're watching this area from this 30, this 36 as absorption, this potential absorption. So as we come back in, we're going to have to see if this rotates back down from here, or if we can start to chop through this, eat through this liquidity, and then build above for rotations back up to our highs, up into our 80. Russell starting to lead down. I'm guessing that's probably going to have to come down to previous day value high at 26.5 before it actually finds a low. We'll see. Another way I like to think of it is that somewhere buyers go out off sides, measure them selling, break even. Yeah. I'm just watching this 2025 edge right now to see if bids will continue to hold here. If they do, it's a very bullish sign for that move up into 36. A failure here at this 2025 is just going to result in a rotation back down to 15s before we can go higher. So, again, just a matter of how we build in this upper area of our value. I don't have, not looking for longs here, right? This is just a look to see how we close our longs from lower. We are watching to see if there's going to be more weakness up here. Anything that pulls back below 15, I think the bull move is probably over short term. Just looking to see if this flag can hold for the last rotation up. Again, I need to see us reclaim our value high before I look for continuation. Until then, we know that a seller has already established themselves here. I expect that if this LVN can't hold, that we'll have to rotate through to, again, like into this 15 area. Looks good so far, though. 25 holding, our value high of our previous candle. And we're just looking for that push up into 36. Watching to see how we interact here at our wick high. Or if you might be interested in this, Anderson put a bunch of his lectures from when he was at NYU recently online. He's like talking to a literature class. There's the full video, and then you can watch it in shorts as well. It's actually pretty good. Wow. Excuse me. He's a lot more open than I thought he would be about his process and like what his publishers and editors think, as well as kind of like the actual reality of making it as a writer. So he's a bit more blunt than I thought he would be. His like there's a part in there where he talks about the economics of his books and how his publishing company hates his how long his books are. It's something I've never thought about, but it's like you have to remember that books that are half as long as his sell for the exact same price as his, right? Because you can't really like add $10 or $15 to a book that um is an extra 30 hours of content. And he goes over kind of like the weird economics of uh media and how a movie that is an hour longer than another movie you don't charge more for, right? You can charge maybe like a couple dollars for or more, but you can't really get away for more than that. And how like a paperback of should really cost like $25 instead of 9 for his books, but he can't get away with it, right? It's like $1 or $2 more. So publishers like really don't like longer books and basically tell you to not do it at all. And there's a pretty good chance that if you're a new writer and you've got a book that's that long that they won't accept it because of that. The only reason why he can get away with it is because he has the economics of like bulk, right? So they can make money still off of them because he'll sell enough copies. But anyone else, then they would probably reject and try to get them to make it 2 books instead. What's interesting is like the economics, not just from the publisher's perspective, but the bookstore itself. Is like it's actually 3 times more expensive to put one of his books on the shelf compared to another author because it takes up 3 times the space. Yeah. So they have to sell it for the same price, but they can only have one, for every one of his books, they could have 3 on the shelf. Someone else. Never really thought of that. Yeah, exactly. This is target here. This is our value high edge and into our 36. We need to see price really start to develop out above this for continuation potential. Yeah, I think 50 is pretty likely if we can build above. With overall target being like 80. But yeah, 50 short term for sure. I don't expect this move to happen immediately. We've got 6.5 minutes or 7 minutes until new candles. I think we're just waiting for Russell to find a low before we actually get like the big break, if it's going to happen at all. Good thing is that 25 held and sell side's a bit offsides there. And now it's just about trying to establish above. Nice trades. Seller immediately found into our 36 and rotation down. Just watching to see how we interact here into our LVN again. This 25, pretty key level short term. If we can hold 2025 and find bids here again, we're good. If not, then we'll have to rotate back down into like 15 before we try again. All right, just coming back down into our lower edge, see if we can hold VWAP as supportive on this push. Again, we didn't expect to break out. We knew the seller was sitting there. Oh, it's just a matter of pulling back and developing out this upper edge while we wait for Russell to break the downtrend. ES attempting to bid our value high. It is leading. Right? NQ rejected our value high. ES is trying to build supportive above it. So if this can happen and Russell can break the downtrend, that's a pretty good early sign that we want to continue on higher. We're just waiting for this pullback to occur now on NQ back into our 15 area to see if we can find this bid. I am kind of fine with any pullback between like 05 and 015. I'm just looking for buyers to be there. That's really all we care about. If that fails to hold, then we can probably look for a full shift down. But really anywhere here is where we're looking for a bid to occur. And then get us back over 25s. So I'm just watching to see how this develops before we try to pull the trigger. Need ES and RTY to find this low and find our bounce point. This is just a pullback to VWAP off of a seller that's already known. A bit more drastic of a sell than I would want, but this is fine. Look to see if bids can hold 95s, and then we need to get back over, or this will be our pretty major resistance above us. Just keeping an eye on this. For a re-offer point, we've shown a seller now willing to attempt here, so pretty important that we see a bid step in at this 95 for a higher low, and then it would be a rotation back up to like 05, and then we look for a seller there. If we don't see a bid hold here, then it's just going to be a full oscillation of our range. So again, watching to see if sell side sitting here into 05s from our hold of 95. Watch to see if this is resistance or not. Liquidity resting at 85. That should be your first risk off if you are playing the reoffer. Take one off here. I think this 75 is a good
So
secondary
Europe's still
target.
bullying bank trading rules on Trump uncertainty.
We can push below previous day value high here at 75s, then we should be able to rotate yesterday's range. Until then, should be a pretty solid bid. Just bottom of balance again. Full rotation. Just waiting to see how we interact here. Back into our value edge as resistance. Just watching to see if this can hold, or a push down, or if it continues to find. We're just watching to see our value edge, if that can now shift as sell side value. I'm personally flat, just waiting now. New 15s have opened. I think if you're in a runner from higher, it's fine. I just think that this can chop here, where we haven't shown no real potential yet that we want to break our balance lows. And but if this rejection at 90 occurs, then there's potential. Yeah, I just played the momentum down. Watch for our offer here. We either get back into value and then rotate back up to POC, or this holds as resistance, and then we continue downward. So we're basically looking for buyers to get absorbed here into this edge. From either sellers are able to shift value here, right, and push us back below for a continuation down, or these guys are going to get put off sides, and then we'll rotate back up. So it's a very important area to keep an eye on. If we can build above 97, I think we probably rotate back up to like 10s. If this continues to fail and we see our shift of value occur here and a failure to get back inside value low as supportive, then we should be able to push down at least one more leg. Unsure as of yet. Again, this is we found like some pretty serious buying here. This is just yesterday's value high. So it's pretty important that buyers continue to try to find value and rotate us off of this. If we start to build below 75s, that's when we're like, oh, okay, we're probably headed more so to the downside to rotate yesterday's range. And all of these levels that we've found so far can be found, first of all, just based off our indicators, but also just footprint itself, right? I'm not coming up with these randomly. We can go through all of these areas here in a second once we figure out if we're going to break this low or not. That's a big pullback. Yeah, instead of a pullback, it just was a full range rotation. Sucks, but it is what it is. And we can go over that again in 1 second. Get a screenshot. So again, this is where we expected sell side to be. No change in that, right? This is that 36 to 30 area where we saw that absorption was occurred last time. We can see that on our delta by price. We can also just see that on our footprint itself. This area had to be your target, and we were not looking for longs until we were able to develop above. We knew that this is where our seller was sitting. What we were looking for was a potential pullback into our VWAP. We showed zero interest there, and so we just rotate back down to our lows, and our low being this 70.75 where sellers were off sides, right down here. Now we're just watching to see if this balance is going to persist, right? This balance between these two participants, or if we're going to be able to get anything more. How could we figure out that that 95-90 area was going to be our offer point? Well, we can just look at footprint and see that that's where they're located here, or our delta by price here. And this is where we should be looking for our first short-term pivot, right? So we know that there is a buyer down here willing to absorb into this low. We should be looking for buyers to show their hand and then rotate us back up to retest this seller. From here, it's either going to be a shift of value for a continuation down, right, at our 90.95. Again, that's where we're just rejected. Or we're going to be able to recover this, and then it'll be a rotation back up to continue trading this balance between our 36 and our 970. So with this rejection, we're testing our waters for the downside. Again, this is a shift of value where we're seeing if sellers are willing to hold this low, and if they are, we'll look for them to try to develop out below the 75 for a rotation of yesterday's balance. Right, this is previous day value high here at 75s. That's why we care about it. If we start to show interest below there, then we know that we're probably headed down to previous day POC. If we continue to just kind of chop it up here and we get back above this pivot, then we should be just looking for rotations back up into our 10 to 15, middle of our range. But to me, I don't see any reason to look for short continuation until we can get below this guy and show an interest, or a long play until we can get above this guy. Right? You just expect chop in between these two areas until we develop out on either side. Right? It's pretty basic when you think about it like this. It's like you're caught in between a potential shift of value above us, and we need to see a willingness to transact below this buyer. If that doesn't occur, then we have balance, and we should expect balance because we have either a seller who's shifting value down from here to here to here, right? Lower highs. I need to stop clicking my macro. Or we will continue to balance here where this buyer is going to continue to absorb, and then this guy becomes offsides, and then we just rotate back up through this range. I don't have that answer for you yet. All I know is that it doesn't make sense to short unless you're playing off of this edge and you're playing down into this edge, right? It's a scalp until proven otherwise. Yeah, exactly. There's no long opportunity up there. It's just a risk off. And then it's like if we can see that pullback, right, Julian? And then if it held our upper value, then it's like, okay, then we have established that there's potential for another long. But other than that, it's just not worth the risk up at our high. Because it's still balance, right? And we don't want to look for the most important thing for me when we've determined that we're trading within a balance is we need to see something shift for us to think that this upper area is going to hold as our low, right? We need to see that shift from buyers, or it's just going to be a rotation between these points again. So does it make sense to look for longs up here, or just to be risking off until we see that something different occur? Right. So like if we had gotten our pullback and held, like, oh, okay, that's our first signs that we can look for longs. So we're looking for that dip, and then we'll be looking for the recovery and then the continuation, and then we can play longs off of that. But without it, it's like, okay, well, that's a bad sign. It means like we're still just rotating between value. And so there's nothing for me to do other than play the short leg down, which is why I played a short here, right? I didn't catch the initial move because we weren't looking for longs, and I was waiting for a pullback to establish. Pullback didn't show its hand, so now I've got to play the secondary move down here. So this doesn't matter to me. This just told me that a seller's in control, and now it's just waiting for an actual trade setup. So for me, the trade was right, just playing that momentum down. So this is that initial move from our resistance into our PT at 36. And I could have taken a short, right? I could have. I did not. I was waiting to see if we were going to find any sort of interest here at VWAP. But what we did see is we were able to spot a secondary seller step in and develop out this pivot above us. So as soon as we started to see that, and we knew that we were expecting a reoffer here, I can then play this acceleration down for a rotation back down into our lows and then take profit. Do I need to catch the full rotation to make money? No, not at all, right? But this is a much more convincing trade for me because I've seen a clear push down from sellers. I've seen a clear establishment of a secondary seller via footprint. That's why we cared about this area. And now we're just going, we've already determined that we're in balance, right? So if we know that our balance low is in this 70 to 75, and we know our balance high is in this 30-35, and we know that there's a seller now positioned at the middle of our range, where are we headed, right? It makes sense for this next leg to occur. So I can play this pretty confidently to the downside, understanding that we showed no interest from buyers where we needed to, and now I can play this pretty comfortably down to our low of balance. Right, and we can see that on footprint as well, so I'll highlight that, of why we were looking at this area. On footprint itself, the imbalance was printed, right? So we got our offer into our 36, on top of our balance where the seller was sitting. We then see our secondary sellers step in, right? And they create this stacked imbalance. This is now where I'm looking for pressure when we come back in. Oh my God, I can't draw on the 15. When we come back in to retest this area, I'm going to be keeping an eye to see if our offer is sitting here. So I know that we can then play this for our leg down, right? So we can see that seller really show size as we push down here. So now when we come up to retest, I'm going to be watching this area for that continuation down. That's our secondary move where I actually feel comfortable trading because we've already determined the low, right? So if we've already know that this is where we're headed and we know that nothing shifted at our highs, like, okay, well, we know that the seller's the mid. Now I can play from mid to the low for the full value play. Sorry if I confused people more there than anything, but I think it's really important that people start to recognize, like, you don't have to be in from the highs to still take a play. You just have to understand what's happening on price and where we're most likely headed based off of like value. I think that's like key. It's not about being able to catch like full rotations. It's about understanding when you have edge and when you don't. You might be waiting for a while for the reoffer. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, right now it looks like a lot of reversal potential for us to push back up. Still need to get over this pivot, of course, but there is a buyer very clearly trying here. We're holding POC a previous candle so far, and we are trying to reclaim value. So if this does continue to hold, right, then we'll just be looking for this rotation back up. If this guy fails here, right, we need to just really see this guy get hammered down and then push below our value high for continuation. We need something to shift here. We've got a very clear lower auction starting to take place. We need someone to get caught off sides before we actually get a move. So either a failure from buyers up the highs to establish above, and then a rotation back through, right? Something like this. Or someone getting caught at the lows and then rotating us back up and establishing above. Need someone off sides. Right now, the only thing that we have is this right here into our 70s. But we still need to see someone establish above our balance and then flag this thing for rotation back up. So based off of what we just talked about, what are we waiting on? Anyone remember? What do we need to happen? Should be risking off first into this O5, guys. Watch to see if offer's sitting here. Break about above or hold the 95 until below. Fire range. Look above the flag out. 90s. Hold as it bid. Need to resolve. 004. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you guys seem to be all on the same page, right? So, just like before, this is the middle of our balance, right? So if offer is stepping down, we expect them to be here at this like 05, 015, and we look for how we interact at this area. We know sellers above, we know buyers below from the 70 75. Now it's just about establishing what happens here on our reoffer. Again, we know sellers sitting here. So does this create a failure from buyers to break us back above and rotate fully? And if it does, what are we looking for? Well, we'd be looking for an establishment back below, right? And then a rotation through. This is our lower auction. And if we can get above, awesome. That means that we'll rotate back up to our value high target. So as we push down here, understanding that this was our reoffer, right? This is where our seller is located. This has to be your first risk off. What are we looking for to occur here? Either a bid steps in to rotate us, right? Or we get a strong reoffer showing us that we want to rotate through this lower auction. What does that look like? Well, that'll look like our seller now stepping in here, right? If that occurs, where are we locate? Where is our next target? Down here, right? Need to see a very strong offer, hold this lower edge, or this is going to be your full retracement. Expect a slight bid here, right? 70, 75, same as before. Need to see sell side develop below for this push below. Why can we look for a new low? Well, because we created an excess above, right? So we need to either see acceleration below 70s or a retracement up to our 85.90 and then offer for continuation down. So watching two things. This is our edge here. We're watching to see if our seller is going to hold a lower high. Watch this. I'm going to delete this now that this is halfway played, and we'll just redraw this. Shit. So got our excess above. We're now at our lower edge, right? So we're trading in between these two areas. We have someone who's caught off sides. What we're looking for is now this upper edge to hold as resistance. If it does, we then can expect a continuation down.
Hello, everybody.
Yo.
Looking like an exciting day.
Yeah. So far better than yesterday, that's for sure.
You missed. We had our first real Trump pump in the afternoon.
Huge.
Exciting. I forgot like how to deal with it.
Yeah.
You know,
Yes.
like the news kind of came through, and then I'm like, oh wait, I should pay attention to this. And then like Nvidia just starts ripping, and everything just like, oh, and it's like, okay, wait, there it is.
So this is a very important area, right? This is where we're watching to see if we develop out a lower high here. Can offer hold our edge high, right? Now that we've gotten back in, is our seller now positioned here? And then can we push below the 70s for acceleration? We know that this is our balance low. We're trading in between these two pivots, our 90.95 and our 75.70. We need to see sell side establish here and push us below this for that continuation down. Now that we have these guys who are trapped above at our 05s. All right, we'll be right back.
Crazy, the ES Globex range is the exact same size as our New York range today. That's fun. Can you guys still hear me, by the way?
Yeah.
My the internet signal on the voice it has like a warning on it.
Oh,
It
weird.
says like I'm not connected. It's very strange.
This is your first risk off into 75s if you are playing off of the offer into 85.90. Understand that we need to develop below 70 for acceleration down. Do you see how we can kind of predict this behavior based off of understanding how we trade to seller value and then rotate back through our range? And then we can look for our offer at the top of our lower balance here. And now it's just oscillating in between these 2 points. So we can expect this lower high because we got this excess above. Right, so it just gives you a nice first target. And now what we're looking for is the development below this for the continuation down. This is nothing new, right? This is the same trade we talk about over and over and over again. It's just a retest into sell side value above, the look back into our auction, and then playing our auction pivot down to support, right? And then we don't look for expansion potential until we see that shift below, and then we can see acceleration. But this shouldn't be new, right? Like these concepts. We spent a month going over this trade setup.
Imagine that.
So again, that should be your first risk off, and then we look to see if we can develop below 70s for acceleration. I'm gonna just do another small footprint overview of this area, just so that we can see how we can map this out in advance, or how we just mapped it out in advance, I guess is the better word. Better way to phrase it. I'm gonna move this over. You see how we can find this lower balance by looking at this 90.95 above? We can see the seller sitting here. And we can expect that the auction, we're looking for that lower high here into this guy, which is here, right? Once we push down, and we know that there's absorption here into our 70 edge. So all we're watching for is this balance between these two on footprint. We can see that's the same thing here on price itself. So we can expect just this chop in between these two levels until we either see the break and hold above or the acceleration below the 70, right? We can expect that just by looking at where our two deltas areas are, as well as this edge here on our delta by price at our 90.95. We can see that we are going to get absorbed into our 36 above. We can see that there are buyers absorbing sellers here into our 70 to 75. And now we're just in this lower auction in between these two. And we shouldn't expect more until we break either side of this. Does that make sense? Is this all like visible to you guys or no? Right? So same logic. It's like you can be taking profit off into this area for longs.
Be aware Trump is speaking in North Carolina.
And then looking for shorts here for the lower high. Now that we've entered back into this auction with a PT into this.
Video is still on the feed for all those interested. Again, Trump just making remarks to reporters in North Carolina.
And if we can push below, looking for a secondary seller here. For continuation down. I'm just putting these in chat so that there you have them as a reference. And we should ideally be able to make a new low here, right? Because we have these guys off sides. We've shown zero interaction above. So if you have the ability to hold a runner, like we should be able to break this, but understand like most risk off should be into the 70-75. And now we're just watching to see if sell side can actually accelerate us below this point for continuation. And we can see this trade is exactly what we talked about. Right, just playing the secondary move. Once we've established that this guy is serious here and we've re-entered into this range, playing the short just back down into our 70 edge. Same thing.
In 10 minutes time now, at the top of the hour, we do get the Baker Hughes rig count. So oil rig count prior 478 and total rig count prior 580.
How do you remove the candle in Intraday?
You can change your opacity.
Yeah, those aren't the Intraday candles. That's from the indicator itself. On the, you just need to. Actually, no, they are. I see what you're saying. Yeah, it's an opacity issue. Here, 1 second. So you would go to in your chart elements, the first one. The one that says NQH5 15-minute. And then you can just change the colors. I just set mine to all black. Mm-hmm. There's your new low, just like we were looking for. If you have the ability, if you had the ability to hold a runner, right? This is now it. We'll watch to see if we can now hold this 70.75 as offer. Ideally, we just see acceleration down from here. But there is potential for us to have to do one of these. We're just looking to see if previous day value high can now hold as resistance and this lower edge. And why can we expect a new low? Yeah, no reoffer. It is what it is. Acceleration, was very likely. But why can we expect a new low? Anyone know? Yeah, excess up top, right? And then a failure to break on the highs, right? So again, when we get this set up, we've shown our seller is serious. We push back up to our seller value. We re-enter our lower auction. We show a lower high is being established. These guys are offsides, right? And we now are showing sell side in control, moving this auction down. We should see this low get taken out because we're seeing our seller step down and we're seeing no active bid willing to really trade this. And so taking out the low makes a lot of sense, especially when we have such a very clear pivot at our 70-75, right? Like if this absorption isn't here any longer, then it's going to be a full rotation down. And what's our target that we're looking for?
We do get the US Baker Hughes rig count, oil rig count prior 478, and the total rig count prior 580.
What does it mean if we reject previous day value high and start to show interest below it? Where are we headed? Where was value established last? Here, right? Into our 38s. Right? We're now rotating through yesterday's value. So this is a really great risk off, previous day POC from our rejection and look below, right? Development below, value low on today's day and yesterday's value high. So we're now rotating through yesterday's structure. Will there be a secondary trading opportunity here if we start to develop below previous day POC? Yeah, right? And where are we headed? Back down to 900s, right? So we'll watch to see if this pivot can now hold, and if it can, we know where we're headed. Previous day value low.
The full Globex retrace there for EOS. The yesterday's value high, the 39s. And Q and yesterday's POC. These levels should be very familiar. This is our entire afternoon auction.
So the EU unlikely to rely on sanctions to end Russian LNG imports. Surely expecting
I
the
highly
US
recommend zooming
Baker
out.
Hughes rig data. Lead with the total rig count.
I know you said like mindful of shorter term price action on that, but for these big breaks, like you should be making your decisions off like at least a 15, if not like a 30 to hour, if that's really a goal. And then come down for your entry. On time frame, that is.
10 seconds till new 15s. Just watching to see if our 46.53 area can hold this offer for one more leg down into 920, or if we make this 53 supportive for a rotation back up to 70.75. Unsure as of yet. So far, sell side very much in control though for this move down to 920.
So total rig count 576, 576. And oil rig count 472, 472.
I think an RTY probably needs to retest value low at 26.5 before we get our next leg. Keeping an eye on it.
I love trying to hang my headset up on its stand and then knocking it off and just seeing it explode on the ground. My favorite part of the day. Anyone was wondering? Thank you, Sauce.
Welcome back, welcome back. Got to break below 35s for this move down to 920. Bid over 955, just rotation back up to 70s. Then Q, just waiting. Kind of stuck here for right now. Should be your first risk off. You're playing off the offer into the highs. Again, 35. Need to get below and see our offer step down. Expect this edge to kind of continue to hold. Why could we expect resistance here? What's located at this 50-55 area? What do we see on footprint, guys? Yeah, exactly. Previous candle POC and mad fucking sellers. True.
Imagine.
Right, so we know that if sell side is going to be aggressive and in control, this is where we are going to be looking for that reoffer based off of where previous POC is, right? From that candle. We know that if price is able to get above that and start to develop above 55s, then we have to come back up and retest our offer back up here into our 70. With this failure, now we're looking for acceleration, ideally below this 35, this push down into 920. Nice. I'm glad you're still holding. That's good. Yes, it definitely does. It definitely does need to lose that. I think if we do lose that, though, we can trade to 34.25 on ES. It's just going to be a matter of if Russell can also break down here, playing our value edge. Unsure. I'm 90% risked off on 9Q. Hate to do this, but I'll be right back again.
You're good.
Nice. There's your offer from 35s and a push down into target. See if we can do the full rotation. Previous day value low is at 900. Remember, that is our target for the full retracement of yesterday's value. I'm just keeping an eye on the offer here at 22 to like 30, 28 really. As long as that's holding, should be able to get some continuation down. Need to see if this can hold. If this guy at 30s can't hold, then we're going to rotate back up to 40, 50. Don't expect 35s to hold if we don't see a 28 offer maintain.
Nvidia has like $1 more until full gap to the downside is filled. It's halfway through now.
25 seconds until new 15s. New 15s opening now. Sell side's got to get us below 22s. Or we just retest POC a previous candle.
Reverse repo operation.
Again, don't expect 35s to hold offer here with this push. I expect us to have to retrace into 40 POC. And we're looking to see if our offer steps down into this. $40 offer held, perfect rejection. Need to get below 22s for sell side continuation, or we're trapped here in between 40s and 28s. With bid potentially being able to hold, then look over something like this. Need that to happen for sellers. Yep. And bid wins out over 55s. We go back up. Need to get below 22 for offer for push down to 900. Never do limit orders. I do sometimes. It depends. I do a lot of price target limits for like PTs. Like I'll exit out into limits. But I don't do a lot of limit buys like for initial positioning, unless I'm like really sure that like an edge is gonna hold.
So 23 counterparties day 104, spot $877 billion at the Fed reverse repo operation.
I don't know. It really depends. But usually I mark it in and then limit out.
It is much more difficult on NQ to get a good limit.
Yeah.
ES is. I've for whoever's asking on YouTube, if you like think you should be very comfortable with like limit ins on ES before you start marketing NQ as well. Cause you need to make sure you know what you're doing or else you can get ran over.
It is I.
I mean, it's just it's part of the game. Part of the game.
I want to, while we're kind of just chopping here and waiting to see if buyers can get us back over, I want to just highlight again what we saw in Footprint to allow this secondary move to play. Because I think it's pretty obvious once you recognize what we're looking for based off of what we've been talking about. And I just want to continue the walkthrough of this this trade while we have a bit of downtime. Because I think that some of you think my levels are still like I just make them up. And I want you to see that you can see them as well. So like why can we expect acceleration once we push through this 70, 75? What did we see happen here? what was happening on these tests previously into the 70-75, and then what happened on the acceleration down. What's the difference here? What happens if this passive buyer who is here, who is willing to take in all of these sells, leaves, and we start to develop below? When we get that big push down, right? We get a giant sell candle, we get that aggressive push, and then we create a gap, right? Which gives us our next level at our 50. Right? Like this 50 didn't come out of nowhere. This is just where our secondary seller from this push down, this acceleration at 70s stepped in. So we are able to develop out two levels here. We're able to see that as long as this 50-55 is holding, that there's no reason to expect that price needs to come up to retest this. But that if this guy steps out of the way, right, this seller here, who's now willing to absorb, right, if this guy steps out of the way, then we rotate up to retest this offer here into our 70-75. But as long as this is maintaining, we can use this as our edge and our 22 here as our low. So now it's just a rotation between our 22, right, and our 50-55. We're watching to see which side breaks here, and we can expect chop in between these two areas until we see someone step in. So that's how we've developed out these two levels. Does that make sense? By just looking at where people are positioning. So I want to see a seller step down below this and show a willingness to transact for new lows. Or I want to see our bid really start to step on the gas over for this LVN fill back up to our offer here. That's sitting. And then we can either trap and then rotate down or come back up for a mean reversion up into 210. Is that visible to you guys or no, not yet? But like, does it, I want to make sure like you get to see like these very clear pivots. Because then once you can see these, it's like, okay, we only need to pay attention to how price is interacting in these areas. And we know what we need to do, right? So this is our very key level here and our key level here. This is this and this. So we know that we need to see sellers get below this and show offer for that move down. We know we need buyers to get above this for this rotation back up. Just based off of this. Any questions, or can I delete this?
Minute and a half here till new 15s, new half hours. Both ES and NQ have built out a node down here. If you're not running the south mode, it looks like you are. It should try zooming in. You might be too zoomed out for NQ, to be completely honest. But if not, it's called price axis volume delta. It's the indicator. You can search for it. But try zooming in first. I think it's on there. I think you're just too zoomed out. The tolerances are really tight, depending on you. Well, just in general on Trade of 8. Yeah. I also recommend pumping that scale factor up a bit. It just makes it easier to see, I think, but that's totally up to you. I run mine at like 250 for the scale factor. It's all personal preference though. But yeah, after you try those things well, let us know if you're still having problems. I will do what I can to troubleshoot it.
Can you explain your entries? Mm, like my thought process? What do you mean? Watching to see if offer can accelerate down below here. If it can, we should be able to get this next low. Want to see offer step below 22. We're seeing them attempt. I'd like to see this 22 to 30 now stay resistance if we can push below. Yeah, so for right now, you're watching to see if this can happen, Julian. This is kind of the idea here is if this area can hold, looking for a leg down. So we know that there's a buyer at 22. We need to see the offer step below. So you have two potential entries, right? You have either your entry here into our top of range or a trade into this area, or you have a secondary entry here where we're watching for an offer to hold 30s and then push below 22 from this hold of our 30, showing us that shift of our seller. If that occurs, then we should see our rotation down to 900. So what I look for here is for our first reaction, right? Our sell side showing interest at our lows. Basically, these buyers now gone. And if we can then get below, establish below 22 off of this secondary move, if we can, then to me, this is then worth putting on this risk, right? So initial reaction and then secondary reaction is what I'm playing. I'm not looking at this little dip below. I don't think that that's viable, right? Because we don't know which way this is going to head yet. What I want to see is from this 30, can we then go below 22? And if we do, I'm seeing like an establishment of sellers really now trying to hold this edge low. And then I'm looking for aggressive secondary sellers to establish themselves below. And that leads to an entry below 22 from our rejection of 30s.
So far, ESNQ bars inside of auction. Just wait on higher high hold or a lower low push. For expansion, that is. I should clarify that. Range is fine.
About half here into 10s, looking for another 10 points into 900 if we can get it. Just taking off risk into our wick low.
Did you get your stuff figured out, Juan? Did I fix it?
Yeah, it's the exact same thing for me, Sauce. Good job. Did that make sense? Does this make sense? Like walking through what we were looking for here for this move? I feel like I don't know. I feel like that was good. I mean, I'm profitable on it. I don't know. Right, it's all about looking for that secondary reaction. Like we know if sell side serious, they're going to be positioned here into 30s. Then it's just looking to then play off of the lower high that they then accelerate through from our 22. Then this becomes our risk, 22 to 30, right? And then we're taking risk off, of course, into our wick low. And then we're looking for our secondary target. Remember, 900 being previous day value low on NQ. So it's just our full value rotation. So 8 points of risk, right? It's not bad. And then we've taken off half profit. And then stop is just sitting at 30s. Yeah. And there's target. So full trade complete. Now leave a runner if you want. But that's usually how I look for entries, is that I'm looking for that first reaction, and then I'm playing this zone as my risk, and then I'm looking to take profit with that. So here, I'll show you how I traded it. Again, I'm not lying to you guys. Like, I'm doing what I'm saying. So this is what we just talked about, right? My entry is 22, but it's not 22 here. It's after we see our rejection of 30s, right? Because that's my risk now, is this 8 points. Just like we have drawn. right?
Still watching Nvidia very closely here. No lower low, and we had those moves that just occurred. Let's see if any retests here, if we can get a little more with this finalized gap fill.
Yesterday, low of day, 866 could be next target. Yeah, definitely. If we start to show previous day value low as resistance, right? If we start to show interest below 900s, yeah, there's definitely room. And then our overall target, right, would be down at ADR, down at 866, which is what you're looking for. Yeah. We got to get through 75s though. I expect bids to be here, and then we'll probably have to do rotations like this short term. That'd be my guess. This is just yesterday's opening range, so expect some chop here between 90 and 75 would be my guess. So if you want to leave a runner, expect that we're not going to go straight to 60s. Expect some bounces to occur here at previous day value, which is why it was target. All right, I'm going to delete this because it's getting a bit messy, but I just wanted to make sure that we saw that trade. But yeah, that's usually how I manage risk is I develop out a zone of what I'm looking for. I look for primary reaction, and then I look for a secondary reaction, and then make this my risk. Usually my risk's about 10 points on most trades. And then we are looking for usually like a 2-to-1, so usually at 20 points. At least. All right, I'll be right back again.
White House says a ceasefire extension in Lebanon is urgently needed.
The bladder of a pregnant woman with twins.
What's going on, man?
I don't know.
Take a test? Maybe it's time.
I don't know.
He's staying hydrated.
Yeah, I'm trying.
Nvidia with a tiny slight lower low look here. Still looking at it. I mean, Microsoft selling, Apple, Tesla flat. Still just trying to keep eyes on it though.
So the US is to review China's compliance with economic and trade deals.
You're ahead of the game, Horatio.
He always has been. What if in we reveal that Horatio and Flex are the same person?
Makes sense.
There is somebody who would use 2 Discords with a voice changer. It would be Flex.
Yeah.
It would definitely be Flex. It wouldn't be Horatio, but it would be Flex. You like that one, sir? If you think that's a good theory? I think it's a pretty good theory, to be honest. I'm a little biased, though. That's what I'm saying, man.
All I know is that they both troll me with alt accounts. They've got that in common.
Yeah, well, my favorite is, so like I have like my Steam messages like turned off, and like I'll check them sometimes. I'll have like 20 messages from Horatio. It's like, I see you.
Yeah. This man on his account named in darkness.
I hope you got a chuckle out of that. I feel bad. It makes me want to turn back on just so he doesn't get lonely. Don't care that much. Sorry, bud. Now I'm thinking about you.
It's weird, you think?
Why do you think it's weird, Sauce? Yeah, but you have to remember that value low. Every point below that, buyers find a lot of value, right? And there was obviously sellers there previously to push down and create that liquidity for value. So it makes sense on a return to auction it. Like it's a binary event, right? We either like instantly trade through it because value is no longer found there by buy side, or we auction it as we return because we have a market where sellers, like the order book is imbalanced to sellers, so that pressure is going to be there, but there's still buy side value. Exactly. And it's also not a hard rule, right? Like in terms of like the price line, like the line doesn't matter. It's the structure.
This should be your secondary risk off, in my opinion, into 75.83. We'll watch to see if our offer can now hold this edge that I'm highlighting. But ADR is final target for me if you're still positioned. I think we need to see acceptance below 75 for this move down into ADR into 60s. I could see us finding some liquidity here first to retest 83.90 offer and then continuing downward. This is $1,000 a contract here from our 23 entry.
Video has like 40 more cents here.
So I am wrist off flat. That was my last contract. Everyone should have been able to be decently profitable on that trade. I mean, I even walked it through, so it's full target. Again, wrist off into ADR low. If you have the ability to hold a runner, congrats, good job. So with 10 points of risk, we've now been able to make how much money, right? This is why these areas are so key. We've been able to now change this trade into almost a 8-to-1 risk to reward ratio for final target with 8 points of risk. Just playing off of that 23 from the rejection of 30s. Can you be a little bit more specific, Ron? What areas? This blue box at the low? The zones are usually hand drawn, but based off of our indicators. So this is with drawings off. This is what our chart looks like, just with indicators. So ADR is your average daily range. So it's taking a 10 or 14 day average of where prices volatility, right? So how much it usually moves, and then creates an average area in which price trades if it's going to maintain the same volatility that it's been trading in for that period. So it kind of creates like a zone of control, I guess, or like a an estimated area of how far price can go down or go up based off of how price has been trading the last 10 or 14 days, depending on what your formula is. So it's usually a really good area to kind of take risk off if markets are going to remain in normalcy. We don't look for more because price is just rotating in its average volatility structure. If we start to show interest below our ADR, then we know that we're kind of in an outlier and we should be expecting deeper trend continuation, right? Like we'll expect like, oh, okay, this is a seller's like really in control if we start to see price push below ADR. But for me, this is usually like my risk off. So ADR is just it's a part of our indicator suite on an indicator called Stacked, I believe. This is on Stacked. No, it's on Patty, sorry. It's on both Patty and our levels indicator. So our levels indicator is just giving us all of our information for our targets. So previous day value low, previous day POC, ADR. That's all on our indicator here. So it's just doing a lot of that work for you. And then it's also on our indicator called Patty, which is just giving you your scalping levels. This is your 15-minute halfway back of our previous candle, letting you know where price should retrace into pivot-wise. If it's bearish, right, we'll trade up into this and then reject and then continue downward. We recover this, usually a pretty bullish sign for rotations back up, et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, just part of our indicator suite. New to your channel, commentary was amazing. Oh, I'm glad. Appreciate it, man.
Hello, friends.
Hope to see you again. Sorry. My entire YouTube chat is just flex on alts. Feels bad, man.
Hey, if we can pump the numbers, we can pump the numbers, you know? Or I guess if Flex can pump the numbers.
Projected our halfway back down to ADR, low here on NQ. No real change.
It's so close to filling this gap, Surf. It's almost there. I would expect some reprieve off of that as well. Especially because Tesla and Apple aren't moving at all.
I think you can look for 53s on NQ. At least. Just go for this liquidity here on footprint. Into our ADR low. I'm going to be flat until we break out of this area. Just don't really have an interest either side, personally.
Have you been in that Surf, or did you get in that off call out? Or me just like mentioning it? I don't really call out, but.
I think we're just waiting on RTY to come down to this low from the POC shift. That'd be my guess. What is this? 318, 318.30, that area. Ooh, boy.
That's good. Sort of. I still like really struggle, especially on that stuff, to when I say it, to like highlight like, oh, there's a trade here. So that was where my question kind of came from. Well, I'm glad you saw it as well. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
There's your 53. I honestly don't know if we go much lower than this. I've got this like weird feeling that this is just going to pop into Monday. Just feels like kind of a take for value buyers, and then we can come back up. Unsure, but that's kind of the general feeling that I get.
I think Nvidia is like almost there. It's a couple pennies. I think once it hits this value high from the 21st Tuesday, that we'll get a lift here.
Yeah. It might be worth looking for some out of the money call lottos into next week. I don't know for sure if like this is going to be the absolute low, but it does feel like this is kind of like a stop hunt. Maybe we come down to like 830s first, but you should start to think that there's potential here for a low into end of day.
Honey's gonna save the market. Always has. Or never has, depending on how you want to look at it.
Got some room on ES and ADR. Russell almost to target here into our 18s. PFC shift.
Yeah. Well, I don't want to take credit for it, sir. Like I said, I just wanted to see if the language like enticed you in a way, which it sounded like it did. So I think that's good.
If Russell finds a low here at our POC shift. NQ needs to get back over 80s for me to really care. But again, I do believe that there's a lot of potential that this is it. Too early to call right side of V, but with the logic that I have in place, I don't want to be too biased. But putting on finding buyers finding like a deeper value down here makes sense. We'll wait for right side of V before we play. I'm just not interested in shorts. That's all I'm really saying. $40 seconds until new 15s. Yeah, we've gone over it before, but your first signs is trapped liquidity on our downside candle, right? So what we're going to be looking for is on footprint, your first sign should be pretty obvious, which is someone trapped into the low end of the candle. And then we're going to be looking for bids to start to hold above POC from that candle as supportive for a continuation up. Those are your first two major signs, right? Remember, what are we looking for in sell side trend? We're looking for price to be able to hold below POC of the previous candle, right? So for a shift to occur, we want to see first our catalyst, right? So trap traders into the low of our primary selling candle. And then we want to see price start to be able to hold above POC of that candle. And then we want to see price then continuously hold POC of any candles going forward, right? POC to value low. So right now, what are we seeing on price? What are the early signs that there's a potential here? Well, POC is below us, right? So it's a good first sign that buyers are trying. What are we trying to trade through right now? Well, POC of previous candle, right? So we've got some early signs that buyers are attempting to push. So if we can close above POC of this sell side candle, that's a really good early sign that a right side of the V could be developing and that trend is shifting. Just based off of our footprint. And what are we usually looking for as like a secondary signal? Well, we're watching Russell find a low, right? So if Russell's traded into our target and immediately found that bounce, it's another good sign of an early sign that reversal could be likely. Again, it's a bit early. but we have all of the scalping signs so far that a low was put in. RTY came down, found support, was able to push. We were able to identify that NQ was potentially putting in a low, and we've now made a higher low. I'm still watching to see if we can get above this 80 for confirmation, but it's at least scalpable right now for long, or it was, with Russell finding that bottom. Now it's just about developing above POCs from previous candles, showing a willingness for buyers to buy at higher prices.
I think to not simplify that, Kels, but if you just focus on finding areas that edges where you have offside deltas and then you wait for POCs
Yeah,
to reclaim, like you're
that's
done.
it.
It can be that simple, and a lot of times it actually is that simple. And you can wait too, like something that I talk about a lot is like, you know, we come down if we build a node and then we accept into a node above, like value has shifted then back, like the order book imbalance has flipped, and it can be like a really good sign with just those three things. Like you can almost, I mean, you have like 80-90% of the time you won't get caught off sides. You're just sacrificing a handful of points for it, which is fine.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same setup as everything that we've talked about today, which is we develop out a node, which is just a balance area, right? An auction at a low. We're looking for someone to ideally get off sides and then show interest on our tail or our high of our edge. And then we're playing continuation up, right? This is our catalyst. This is our secondary buyer. That leads to upside. And then where do we rotate to? Well, wherever value is found last. You lost sound. Did you hear Mario's explanation or mine? I don't know how much of what you heard or what you didn't hear, but it's the same as always. We're looking for some sort of excess at the lows. We're looking for a recovery of a POC, and then we look for trades in the opposite direction.
Fitch Ratings say US banks' fourth quarter 2024 results reflect positive trends.
Yeah, your current balance is 45.50 to 70 to 80.
Kel's using his brain. Word up.
If you are playing longs at all off of this, again, the 70 to 80 is where we're expecting sell side to be. This has to be your first risk off. We're looking for the ability to build above this area. Until then, this will be where potentially a trap can occur. So watching to see if sellers are able to take in all of this and then push us back down for rotations through, or if bid is able to bid and build above our 80 for a push back up to ideally 900 for the POC test, but a little early. Got to see how we interact here into 80.
Oh goodness, cause that's all I'm gonna say to that. Does it feel better at least? Oh yeah.
Are you getting Diablo PTSD with on death effects? Yeah, I think that's a good approach, Zach. There are a lot of people in our Discord that do something very similar with a 15-minute or a 30-minute profile for every those increments. I think it's good. Once you understand what you're looking for, I think it's good. I think it's a bit overwhelming at first, but I think there's a ton of information on a 15-minute that's viable for just trades. Yeah, I agree because felt terrible. New 15s opening here in 10 seconds. Need to hold 64 for me to have any sort of bull bias. Or again, these guys are just going to be caught off sides from our seller at 80s. And then we'll look for our offer into like 75 for this lower high. And then a rotation fully through. Mainly on you, yeah.
NYMEX diesel February futures settle at $2.51 a gallon. NYMEX gasoline February futures settle at $2.04 a gallon. NYMEX natural gas February futures settle at $4.02. And NYMEX WTI crude March futures settle at $74.66 a barrel. That's up 4 cents or 0.05%.
I feel like the death effects in Diablo were also like way too quick. You didn't even like if you didn't have a movement skill ready, you're just dead. Like the opacity was way too low on them, and they were way too fast. The amount of times that I've watched Rory die on Diablo going for loot from an on death effect.
There's one guy to do it. Let me tell you.
Oh yeah, that thing was so cancer. I didn't know they got rid of it. That's good. It's after I quit. It has to kind of be here at 64. Again, we don't see like a pretty strong buyer. I just don't see why we don't rotate through this range. So it's bid holds us here and then pushes us over 80s, or I just expect this to go offer and then we rotate down. And turn off indicators. We gotta get back over 80 here now from this area. Yeah, I think that makes sense.
Even like visually, man, the owl, it just doesn't. Maybe it's just how good PoE looks, but everything looks garbo compared to it.
I think there was definitely, like, graphics wise, I understood why people didn't want to play PoE 1, but now there's not really an excuse. Like, the graphics are pretty solid on PoE 2. Yeah.
It's so good. I think the first game too that I've played in early access where I forget it's early access. Like it could be shipped as is and would not be horrible. Yeah. Yeah, I mean only half the game is out, you know, like it's crazy. Sorry, dude, I have some self-respect, Farg. Just a little bit, like a 0.2%. That's enough.
Let's cue Marvel Rival.
Oh, it's just me. It's just because I'm an asshole. That's the sentiment.
It's just another grindy team deathmatch game.
Yeah.
You're gonna hate it in a month, just like Deadlock.
That did you see? On that note, Deadlock released like 4 new characters.
Yeah.
Alright, looked at any.
Lizard guy's OP.
Seen a little gameplay, but not that much. Yeah.
Yeah, it's still alpha on Deadlock.
But like end of this year, it'll be like officially beta.
That would go along with the timeline for Dota. And then a year after that, it'll be released.
Yeah, I agree, kids. But once you get a build, like it's just like anything else. Once you learn it, like the curve is steep, but then it's like really flat after you kind of get there.
Yeah, you have to develop like a baseline for MOBAs. Once you get that though, then it's just an FPS.
Varg, one of the new characters is literally just you. It's exactly what you want. The magician guy. Like it's everything that you like liked with Pocket without any of the garbo. And like the movement and stuff. Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I'm not really saying anything. There's not much to talk about. 64 bid held, rotated up to 80s. Offer still sitting there. Need to see interest over 80 for me to care. If you're scalping, right, 64 to 80 is fine. Offer needs to step below 64s for the full rotation back down to 44 or 50 area. Just trapped in a range for right now.
And Brent crude futures settle at $78.50 a barrel. That's up 21 cents or 0.27%.
21 cents. Yeah, it's been, I mean, the shorts were good. And, like, especially with the respect of, the, Nvidia gap fill. Made it nice. If I do say so myself.
Another rotation, 64 to 80, watching to see if we can build above 80s for a breakout, or if it finds resistance here again. Russell top of range.
The curse of Caesar, man. Oh man. Like, thanks, buddy. I don't really know how it would survive without your and George's blatant Italian racism. It really keeps me alive and on my toes. No, actually though. Yeah. Well, even this is like, well, kind of on topic but off topic, but like my mom would always tell me she would get bullied so much as a kid because everyone just assumed that like she was just straight mafia. It's like an interesting dynamic. It's like my grandfather was a pretty successful businessman, and he like classically like Italian brothers own a trucking company. You know, like they had a pool in the 80s.
Oh yeah, for sure the mob.
So, like every like she got so much crap. Yeah.
Is this your first time watching The Sopranos? Park? Oh wow. What a treat.
What a treat. That reminds me of the so like Uncle Kev, the cooking guy. He's there with those shorts. He's like, oh, what a treat. It's me.
He's the mob, Sauce. I'm telling you.
It's actually impossible for any Italian to be successful without
It's true.
violence. You must kill.
If I could watch The Wire and I could watch The Sopranos for the first time again, damn. Those shows are god tier.
Whatever happened to good TV? It's all animated now, I guess.
I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, exactly, Cal's. Well, I'm surprised your parents didn't teach you this.
You haven't watched The Wire either, kids? Damn. That one's so good. That also didn't help with stereotypes. What do you think happens into 900? I think that has to be your target, 890, 900 for this push up until we can develop above. 900 is your POC test of the sell side candle. So that's kind of where we're watching to see if we get a larger shift. this hold of 80s is going to be key for that rotation up to 900 right now. But what we're really just eyeballing right now is just a test into this POC here from the sell side candle. And that is directly at your 21,900. The wire was HBO as well.
Oh, poor Mark.
Rory is a big Severance enjoyer. I have not started season 2 yet.
I actually, maybe it's like nostalgic, but I kind of like weekly releases now. I don't like it when they drop like half a season and then they wait like 2 or 3 weeks for the other half. Like I think that should be one and done. And then they need to be long. Like it was, I really enjoyed like when Delicious in Dungeon was out. Or it's like, oh, every Thursday.
Yeah, it gives you something to
Delicious
look
in
forward.
Dungeon Day. Like
I do think that shows should release the first like 2 or 3 episodes at the beginning and then go weekly. I don't think a lot of shows have enough in the first episode to like attach you. But I think after that, I think weekly is good personally. Like that's my favorite when anime does that, where they drop like 2 or 3 episodes at the beginning. It's like gives you just enough. Yeah, 3 episodes and then weekly. To me, that makes sense. It basically gives you a movie to get you like invested in the world, and then it can be episodic. I don't know. It's nice having something to watch on like a daily basis. Like a little 30-minute hour break. Something to look forward to at the end of the night. At least for me. I like routine though. Because if it's fully released, I'm just gonna binge it one night and then feel like empty inside.
yeah.
Forced moderation is like how I live my life. Without it, I'm a wreck. See, but like I didn't watch the leaks. Like Game of Thrones was great because that was during college for me. And so we had like watch parties where people would come over and it was like an event. That was peak television for me. Having people over and like actually enjoy it. Again, I'm not really expecting a ton here. This is just our offer retest. So this 90 to 900. This is target until proven otherwise. I think that if we can push over this 890, 900, 920 is pretty obvious as our next target. But pullback we should be expecting it to retest this 80 here, I think. Just looking for higher lows. I'd like to see Russell be able to break out of this range and show interest for this push on NQ, right? trying to show interest here for continuation up. Yes, pretty flat, but just overall higher lows. I think you're fine if you are still in from 64s. But other than that, I think you just got to let this develop out. Got 3 minutes left on this candle. I find a low on RTY here. Without it, it's going to be really rough. Yikes. Russell's still no low. Watching for it. NQ a bit more volatile. I am slightly bullish as long as our 60 to 70 is holding, I think. But if offer flips below, you have to understand that that's probably it short term for buyers. So really watching this edge here. So if offer flips this, that's it. New 15's opening now. They got to absorb here on NQ. I expect if we can't get over 80 here off of this push, that we have one more leg down into 30s for a new low. That's kind of my thought process now. If we lose this buyer, there's enough liquidity above that's been trapped that will most likely do this leg down before going higher. Watching Russell bottom of range. You're playing off of the 60-64. Again, we got to get over 80s, or this is going to be where your offer is sitting. That's target. Now watching to see if we can lift above.
So according to the Wall Street Journal, banks
Offer
prepared to
sitting
sell
at
billions of dollars
80.5.
of X loans.
We want to see secondary buyers now. That was a really nice trap into our 60-64. Now it's just a matter of, can we hold on this edge and break our high? Russell held our low. Good oscillation. We'll watch for a loss of momentum as we come back up into our highs. We're looking to see if bid can hold 77-80 area on this look down, and then push over 900. If that fails, then it's going to be our lower high. So we really want to see buy side be able to hold here on this yellow box that I just drew, and be able to position above this last high. I expect if that doesn't hold, that we'll do this next leg down. Like this. So we'll watch to see if bid can hold here or if this will flip offer. Understand that Russell has lost momentum. Retesting our lows. Need to see a pretty significant bid across the board. Need to get over 84. Think of this area as the same as when we took that short at 30 to 22, where we're watching to see if 84s holds offer, and if it does, then you look for that look back below our 77 edge for that rotation down. And then this becomes your stop. If we're going to go up, we're looking for bids to be able to push over this and then rotate new highs.
Gibit.
Bit too choppy for my taste. I'm flat. Small loss here, waiting for direction.
You really need to just look out of this structure, I think. It's gonna be hard to get juice before.
I'm more inclined to believe longs win.
Yeah, no, I agree. Unless old Donnie boy says something crazy, which he's never done, actually, ever in his life.
True. Rational.
Yes. He says stuff like that New Zealand guy the other day. It's like, I want my country to do good things. Crazy. Ty's here. What's up, Ty? What's the look? You missed the move.
I'm watching to see if 8084 bids for a push to 900s, rotation over 900s, then we probably have breakout. Just need to find this Russell low. Forty seconds until the 15s. Do you use cumulative volume delta at all to inform buyer seller control? Yes, in a way. I have a volume delta grid that I look at, so I look at that, yeah, but not usually to inform my entry. I'm usually staring at the DOM. And then I'm just looking at footprint. So basically the same thing, just a different version of it. But I do have a small chart with a volume delta grid on it. I can go over it a bit more after we figure out where we're going from here. I'm just waiting to see if Russell can put in a low here. We can continue to find this bid at this like 80-84. A bit muddy. Problem is like if this 80 can't hold, there's just nothing, no interest until back down to 65s. Russell leading down. You just gotta wait. Should be looking to close out at least half your position into 65s. Need to see that look below for acceleration through. Big test here on RTY to see if we can get back into this oscillation or if this will reject. Same thing on NQ. Just watching this 77 to 84, seeing if offer can hold or not with Russell lower high. Nice bounce off of 65, so of course this will be your risk off, just as this has been our pivot. Need to watch to see how we interact between these two areas. Watching for Russell to show weakness or continuation down if we're going to get it. I'm not going to be happy with long ideas until we see Russell recover our pivot.
We need a NQ please Rory chant going, I think. It's the only thing that can save us.
You're playing off this area again. This is your first risk off into 65s. Russell new low. Failed to get over our pivot. Watching for acceleration below this for a continuation down if it's going to happen.
"40 seconds here until final half hours." There's the open.
See if this can flip. Watching our Russell pivot again. If you are playing a short off of the Russell rejection and are testing to 84 and offer, you need to see the 75-80 hold for a lower high and for a continuation down. If bid pushes back over that, it's over for me at least.
That your juiced kiss. Absolutely juicing.
This is brutal. Yeah. Well, I think you should just again like use a secondary signal like Russell, where it's like don't look for long continuation until we reclaim that pivot. Just make that one of your validation triggers, right? And if we're holding below it, just there's a slight sell side bias, right? So like we've got a very clear momentum loss signal here with Russell pushing down off of this. So until we can reclaim and show interest above, just don't even like, yeah, price can go up, right? But you shouldn't have a trigger for long until we see that recover. This is just a downtrend on RTY. So you're just getting like some volatility on NQ while we wait for this to figure itself out. So anything that all I'm looking for basically right now is interactions off of this, right? We know our seller's sitting into 84. We look for acceleration below 75s, and then that leads to rotations back down to our 60-65. So you know that there's a buyer at 60-65. We've now seen that happen, I don't know how many times, right? So your ideas are either to look for a continuous bid at 60-65 and play that for a rotation back up to 84, which has been the same trade for the last hour. So it's not brutal if you're playing your edges. The problem is if you're looking for expansion, then you're going to run into issues. And you shouldn't be looking for expansion until we have a market that's in sync, in my opinion. So if it's only brutal if you're still going out of your way to kind of like have a bias, I think. Until then though, like we're just ranging in between these two.
We talked about this a little bit earlier as well when Kels was asking about it. It's on what Sig was saying. Like, you just respect the auction until you see a significant reclaim, and even if you don't bottom ticket, that doesn't mean that. Like, if we do reverse or get expansion, you shouldn't act bottom ticket in this market. Just play the auction. It'll make you feel much better.
Yeah, I think like the one of the things that you can like the whole reason we're chopping like this, I think a good way to look at it is specifically to trap your liquidity.
Yes.
Right? Like that's the purpose, that is the function of what's happening right now. Is for everyone who's trying to preemptively long this low, right? Or short this low. Like you're trapping liquidity on both sides right now. They're eating it up. For everyone who's expecting something short term. 60-65 held again on NQ, bottom of balance so far. Watching our Russell pivot, seeing if we can get above or if we lose momentum here again for another push down. Appreciate you, Wooden. We stream Monday, Wednesday, Friday for just YouTube subs. Every day of the week for premium. You see how much easier this is if you just play that 60-65 though, Camille? Yeah, your first risk offs here, 75s. We push back over 84s. If Russell can hold, then we get expansion. If we don't, then that's that. Just don't try to look for more, right? You're playing the wrong edge. In the wrong direction. Yeah, definitely tiring. I totally get where you're coming from. Yes, I agree.
I think, and this is something, a little psychology. I think it gets tiring when you are so convinced on your bias. If you like, you still have the idea to look for expansion, but if you're okay with it not happening, it's not gonna feel as bad. If that makes sense. I think it should. Yeah, which is fine as well. Like, that's not a negative thing, actually.
I think like the first thing you need to do when we're trading in balance is to, I guess what I would refer to as like have a baseline, right? Like you have to have an understanding of, you have to identify where buyer value and seller value is, right? That without that baseline and understanding like we should expect a rotation and like remembering like to repeat it to yourself, we should expect value rotations between these two zones until proven otherwise. And then it's like, okay, well, what are the factors that are going to break us out of this balance, right? Break us out of these rotations. What needs to happen for that to occur, right? For me to care. And for me, usually when we're trading in a balance like this, it's like, okay, I need a shift in what's happening. I need something to change. So what are the things that could change? Well, we could see the Russell pivot shift, right? That'd be a good first sign. There's going to be a change. We could see someone getting trapped at a low or a high. That could be a good first sign of a change. But until then, right, like there's no reason for your baseline of balance to be pushed aside, right? Hopefully that didn't confuse you. But like me just having like a very simple pivot on RTY like this is just it keeps me sane. Like I'm not looking for continuation until I see RTY be able to hold above that pivot. It just doesn't make sense to. You know what I mean? No, yeah, no. I'm not saying like you're doing something wrong. I think like developing like baselines for your own sanity is super important. Because as soon as you do that, then your expectations of what can happen and what will happen can kind of shift. And it's like, oh, okay, yeah, we're just trading between 60 and 84. If I stopped trying to look for expansion and I just played these edges, as soon as we started to see weakness on Russell, I could have made lots of money in this range, right? Like that's something that you should be able to like go back and look at and be like, oh yeah, if I just looked for that weakness as we approached these edges and then flipped and then played it back down to value, like, oh, we're trading in a range. But as soon as you like are buying the high and then we're seeing the opposite of what we want to see on RTY happen, that's when you're screwing yourself over because now you're offsides at the high of the range. And now you're going to stop out at the low of the range and then we're just going to reverse again. And then you've just like taken like so much emotional damage because you're buying the wrong side every attempt, looking for something that hasn't even met your variables for a breakout.
But Sig, what if?
Yeah.
But what if? This could be the one, man.
It could. And you should be ready for that, right? But being ready doesn't have to be in being in.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Sparrow.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, you're either waiting for the breakdown and confirmation, or break above in confirmation, or you're rotating through the range, right? Like it's some people don't enjoy playing a range. I get that, totally get it. I find it enjoyable for like the first 2 attempts, and then after that, I'm kind of over it
Balance.
personally. And then we're just looking for the breakout and then confirmation. And sometimes we miss trades because we're sick of the range, and that's fine. Don't have to catch every rotation. We just have to be confident in the rotations that we do trade and be ready for them. You don't want to give back all your gains after playing almost every downside rotation for this entire move. Right, like a lot of very profitable trades today. Don't get caught now trying to scalp chop and lose all of your gains that you made from solid trades earlier in the day.
Market on close imbalance. The S&P 500 1 billion to the buy side. Nasdaq 100 670 million to the buy side. Dow 30 464 million to the buy side, and the Mag
You should be
7
mostly risked off here as we
to the
push up
buy
into
side.
our top of balance, into our 90 to 900. If you are trading off of our 60 to 65. Right? We've already determined what balance looks like. So does it make sense why we're risking off into that edge? And now we can look to see if we can hold our highs, right? Can we find a solid bid at 80.84? Sure, maybe. Then we can continue higher. But am I going to not risk off into what we've already determined as the high of balance? No, that's crazy. Of course I am. Right? And that's why it looks like this. And if we can now develop with Russell above our pivot, then we can start to look for that expansion, right? If we can now hold here, then sure, in the end of the day, there's room for that upside. But I'm still going to risk off into our known edge. We can look for our next move afterwards.
Rubio voiced concern on China's coercive action against Taiwan.
Right? Like we've determined that this is balance. So am I going to not take profit into our balance high? No. And maybe I miss out, on some of the move, but I can't see the future. I'm now looking to see if Russell can hold this pivot for continuation on NQ. Yeah, I think there's potential. I also think that a lot of people were looking for a short continuation at the lows, and then we can gap up into tomorrow. That's kind of my idea right now. If we can close over 900s, is that a lot of people in Globex are going to get punished. We'll see though. I said near when we were closer down to 860 that you should be looking for potential calls, out of the money calls for next week if this is able to hold. Again, there's just like no real short potential when we're at ADR. If we start to rotate below, you know, there's something there. I think if we close below yesterday's value low, that's a good sign also. Like, okay, like we keep going down, but we'll have to see. If you have the ability to hold a runner, with Russell, if it can hold our pivot here, I think you can look for 920 if you have the ability to hold a runner on NQ. Just watch your 900s. Yeah. 900, of course, is first risk off. 920 secondary risk off for expansion. Shmove stops up as we approach this 10 to 20. Your reversion target is at 27, but again, just really keep an eye on our pivot here. It's our wick high test. A lot of liquidity resting at 920 right now. I have one contract left, just waiting to see what we can do from here. 2 minutes until close. So for me, Camille, again, like I played it on MNQ and NQ, where I played micros for the range trade on MNQ, just between our 60 and our 84, right? And then I just stayed in my average on NQ itself from our 60s edge, looking for the larger target, giving me a bit of a wiggle room to just like hands off it, stop below. But at no point did my idea shift of this is our balance low, right? And so it's like either I'm playing longs here or I have to wait for the look below and hold for shorts. Until then, it's just balance with Russell holding our pivot as resistance. Right? It can be a double-edged sword, right? It depends on what your idea is. Like if I think that we're at it, right, it's two different ideas. I have a higher time frame idea and I have a lower time frame scalping idea, right? I want to be able to play both of them. And I also need to know if I'm wrong on both of them, then I have double the loss potential, right? So I have to be able to manage two different kinds of trades at the same time. So I'm actively trading balance, but I'm understanding that this is also our ADR low, and I'm looking for more of a larger term move from this hold down here, right? Like we stopped looking for shorts. We closed our shorts into 60s. So I'm now looking at when we come back into it as that is our pivot for longs for higher, right? So I'm scalping this range, but I also have established that I care. God damn it. I always do this. I've also established that I think that there's potentially a load that's been put in, right? So I have to either trade it via options or just give myself breathing room and let the trade play. So a lot of the times I'll do that by like just buying an option and calling it a day and being like, yeah, I'll make money. Like that's good enough for me. Or I'll just try a small size and then scalp it in the opposite direction with like MNQ or something with the micros and then let my mini play or vice versa. It's just like you have to, the only way that like an idea like this works or a strategy like this works is if you understand where you're invalidated, right? Because then if you're wrong and you don't stop out of your trades and understand when you're wrong, like you're now offsides in two positions.
And the Dow climbed 2.15%.
Which is not good. You just have to be a bit more familiar with what we're looking for. That's all. But I don't think anything that Mario or I said about like respect balance until we break and show a push below or above, right? Like there's plenty of opportunity just waiting for this Russell pivot to flip and playing off of this low into it, and then watching our bid then step up with our Russell then holding above our pivot for long ideas, right? Like just that alone is enough about this could have helped you so much, just preventing you from taking garbage trades looking for a breakout before we're seeing any signs of a breakout. Having some sort of like baseline like that, it really helps just ground you to reality. And again, like you're going to miss some trades. Not all the time. The market doesn't always move together, right? And when there's divergence, you're going to miss rotations. But it's about being comfortable in the trades that you do take. And if we can get confluence across markets, like that's always going to feel way better. You're going to be much happier with those trades. Charts just reset.
Hundreds of trades every day, man.
Yeah. Huge. I guess I close here. There's no real reason waiting for 5 points. I will see you all Monday.
Bye, friends.
Goodbye.